If the council will take their seats, we're going to be starting in just a minute. Okay, it's time to get started. At this time, I call the regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. And Amber Dilger is our pastor praying for us today.
If you'll pray with me. Lord God, we welcome you into this space and into our city. We ask that you will continue to be with our city council as they make decisions for the welfare of all of Lawton. May they be good stewards of the city's funds and be cognizant of the needs of all Lawtonians. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Thank you, Pastor, for coming. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
And a quorum is established. Now it's time for the True North Star Award. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Christy Ryans Huffer, are you here? Come on up. All right. Wow. It's actually a surprise. All right. Yes, you. Come on up. Come on up. In addition to being surprised, yeah, come on. It is true. It is. So Christy has been with the City of Lawton for about a year. She works in our planning directorate, and she is the most amazingly positive person that I probably have ever met. But in addition to that, she goes out of her way every day, particularly with a lot of our citizens that are upset over our water sewer line infrastructure projects, and they're getting their yards dug up, and they're unhappy, and they're calling us. And Christy really goes out of her way to hear these folks out, make sure their issues are addressed, and ultimately make sure that their yards get taken care of. And so, Christy, we're giving you the True North Award today for your world-class customer service. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and now we have, thank you, and now we have the introduction of the employees. John?
Thank you, Mayor. Julia Mansky, will you come up, please? Julia is our new council liaison, and Julia is joining us after several years with the Comanche Nation, and we are super excited to have her. She brings with her a wealth of experience in not only government, but in customer service, and we're really happy to have her on board. Julia, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of the staff here at City of Lawton for making me feel warm and welcome the first week that I've been here. It really made me feel like a part of the family, and it also it was collaborative with the True North Statement, because we're here to serve the citizens, we're here to do world-class customer service, and I felt really a part of that whenever all of the staff had come together and helped me with the welcome. So thank you.
And then now I'll have the Animal Welfare Superintendent, Cliff Blassingame, is going to come up and introduce our new veterinarian, Dr. Shauna McCune. Cliff?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. It's my honor to introduce our brand new veterinarian. There's some exciting things happening at the Animal Welfare Center, and we just couldn't wait to get her on. And she's a good friend of mine, and I'll tell you what, I'll let her tell you a little bit about herself, but she's a reputable veterinarian. She's already been in there making big changes in the animal welfare that we have down there right now. So she's made positive impacts within the first week that she's been here. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shauna McCune.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I didn't know what to expect getting myself into this organization and the animal welfare, and after decades of, I've been a Lawtonian my whole life, went to Sullivan Village, MacArthur Junior High, high school, Cameron University, been in Lawton my whole life except for the 4 years I was at veterinary school in Stillwater at Oklahoma State. And go Pokes. And right after graduation came back, and I've been with Meadowood Animal Hospital in Lawton for the last 34 and a half years, and had a calling to in my heart and soul that I could do bigger and better for more, and that's an understatement. We have got a lot of things to handle down there at the Animal Lawton Welfare Department, but it is, I tell you, it's a teamwork, and everybody, I'm so, like Julia said, it's like a welcoming. It's like they are so cohesive, and they just want to do the best for the animals. And now, with my guidance, I guess, is what they're asking me for. You know, we've already made a lot of difference, and it's I know it's had a bad rep throughout the years, but I feel like it's changing for the better, and hopefully that'll help not only the pet population, but therefore those citizens of Lawton as well. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right, very good. Now it's time for reports by the Mayor and City Council. We'll start with Ward 1.
I was going to remark about the striping that's being done on the streets. I mean, it just looks so fresh, and it makes our city look like we care, and it's pretty nice to be able to know what lane you're in also.
You stole my thunder again. She always does that. So also, in addition to the striping, I woke up this morning to my house shaking, and I thought, what? And there's loud thunder outside, and I'm getting a new street. So Cliff, wherever you are, thank you very much. That was a surprise, but at least citizens of Cherry Avenue are going to be, for one block, are going to have a new street.
Ward 3.
Yes, Mayor Council, just a reminder for those that live in the Meadowbrook, Hines Neighborhood Watch area, we do have a meeting this Monday at St. Paul's United Methodist Church on 38th Street at 7 p.m. And Mayor Booker will be our speaker. It's on your calendar, I promise.
Propel 2040.
Propel 2040, absolutely, investing in ourselves as the city. And also, we're going to have an ice cream truck there, so if you like ice cream, come on down.
All right, all right, thank you. Now, can you top an ice cream truck?
Sure can with new roads.
Oh, okay.
Just an update on the mayor's initiative on the 10 wins for the citizens of Lawton. We're approaching 40 new roads this past year. Not there yet, but getting close to that. And tonight, 24 more roads will be presented to the council for approval, which we hope to start later in the year. So that program's really coming along. I'm sure that everyone by now has noticed it. Hopefully you have new roads in your area. We just finished some right downtown, so I know everyone goes downtown Lawton, so I know you had to see them. So the program is really doing good.
All right, thank you. And Ward 5.
I'll give you one guess. Farmers Market. Hey, I got a special announcement. They had the pickle festival. Thank you very much. The pickle festival this year. My wife told me at 8 o'clock at night, Alan, we're going to Walmart to buy some cucumbers. And to my regret, cheapskate I am, I spent $25 and I was griping and complaining. So we went the next morning. She won first for hot, first for sweet, and third for dill, and she made $60. How do you like that? Anyways, congratulations to her. I got some cantaloupe and some sweet corn, and I'm going to tell you that stuff is off the chart. Besides all the people I got to talk to, make your way out there. I do want to give a shout out to the city staff, all the citizens here in Lawton, and we got some momentum going. The council, of course, and the mayor. We got some momentum going. This city is turning around, and I'm driving down the street, and I'm actually feeling something, and I hope that you begin to feel the same thing I am, and that's that we care. We care about our community, and we're showing that in action, and I'm just really, really thrilled about that, and it doesn't happen unless there's teamwork, and I think everybody's participating in that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Ward 6.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to give a shout out to the love of my life. I've celebrated 41 years with her last night.
All right, that's good. Thank you. Ward 7.
I'd just like to thank everyone that participated in the Ward 7 Community Improvement Project, in which it will be completed this week. And that's where we painted some homes for some of the citizens, cut some yards, and that was free of charge to the citizens. Also, I just would like to put across, say this, because I've been getting some phone calls. If you're having the domestic issues, the number to call is 911, is the police department. Also, if you're having any, like you're seeing junk in your neighborhood or whatever, the number to call neighborhood services is 580-581-3247. And then also, if you are seeing animals that's running loose in the area, the number it's called is the animal shelter, 580-581-3272. And also, as far as I've had some questions about the 38th and Lee to Bishop Road and Sheridan Road, Lee and Sheridan Road all the way up to Bishop Road. And what I'd like to say is that it's going to be completely reconstructed. That's not a mill in the overlay. That's all I have.
Ward 8.
I've got a lot, but I'm not going to bore everybody with everything. But first of all, I'd like to thank staff, the city manager and his staff. People don't realize how responsive they are to our requests, and if there's employees that are available to take care of something, and there's funds available to take care of it, it gets done. If anybody is driven by the Thunder Court, Parks, Mr. Parks, and in Parks is taking care of that. They're putting new goals up and soon to be resurfaced. we hope. The striping on the roads, there's just so much stuff going on right now, and a lot of that is due to Propel. The reason we're able to do a lot of the things that's happening out there is because enough time has passed since Propel was passed that we now have the funds available. We don't get those funds instantaneously. It takes a little bit of time for them to build up and for us to be able to do that. And there's just so much going on in Lawton, from water lines to sewer lines to, and I get those calls too. Maybe we've got too much going on. That's what some people say because they can't get across town. But I would just like to thank the citizens for reporting issues. A lot of times that's how we find out about them. And definitely like to thank the staff, because everything that I've asked for in the last couple weeks, I try not to bother them too much, but they've taken care of it and in a timely manner. And the citizens are calling and letting me know that they are happy with that action.
All right, thank you. Colonel, do you have anything for us today?
I do, if I hit the right button. Thank you, sir. And one, I want to say thanks also to the city manager and his staff for meeting with us this past week to talk about some stuff for the future. So thank you very much for the visit. Also, the Lawn Rodeo. It was the first time I was at a rodeo. I could ride a horse for the first time in public. Didn't fall off, so that's key. But I want to say thanks for especially on Friday night. It was really great seeing young basic combat training soldiers about to graduate. And a lot of them have never seen a rodeo either, and it was really great. And I want to say thanks to the Lawton Rangers for allowing us to come out and share in that event. And then finally, for those who were able to come out to Fort Sill this past weekend, we had SillCon, so the sort of mini Comic-Con, if you will, at our Patriot Club, and it was really well attended. So for the folks that came out, thank you very much. I think it was really great. I went there, I got to play around with the lightsaber, and it's really awesome to see a bunch of folks out there. Some in some really unique costumes. It was really great to see that. So again, thank you again. And again, really, the rodeo was absolutely fantastic. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Colonel. And I'm going to save my comments for the State of the City Friday at 11:30 at the Hilton. And there are two options there. One is open seating that is free of charge, and there's also a meal option, and that is handled through the Chamber of Commerce. Look forward to the State of the City Friday at 11:30 at the Hilton. Now we move on to audience participation. Lawton citizens having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. The Mayor and Council will receive comments from audience members. Council may recommend to the individual or group as to what action they should take, such as referring the situation to a particular department or person at the city office. In order to participate in audience participation, each speaker may submit a request to speak form to the city clerk and must reside within the city limits of Lawton. Each speaker will have a 3-minute time limit. Each topic will have a 9-minute time limit, and audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes in total. Each participant is required to adhere to the rules of decorum outlined in Policy 1-6. And Robert Ratcliffe, if you'd come forward.
How you doing, Mayor, Council? One of the things I wanted to talk to you about is your recent policy on the only people that can come up here to speak is people from Lawton. There's a lot of people out there that don't live in Lawton. They have businesses here in Lawton, so they have a Lawton address. We're excluding them from this forum. I know you have the email and they can contact you in that way, but we're excluding those people that are providing services to this city, not to mention funds to this city. And I think an amendment for those people should be allowed in some way. Also, you have a lot of personnel that work for this city, as far as your first responders, police department, fire department, hospital workers. that live outside of these city limits. This is people that save your lives up here, you all as well. And yet they cannot come and speak to you in this forum. And I think that definitely there should be an amendment to that policy to allow at least those people to be able to come speak to you as part of this city and this community. Because that's what you all are supposed to be about, is this community. And negating their ability to come speak to you in this forum, that's doing them an injustice, because they serve this city with their lives. Thank you.
Next, we have Sterling Bailey.
Good evening. I'll be direct. I agree with Mr. Ratcliffe what he had said. I have a petition from Mr. Washington also, to where he was coming and help these young ladies that had lost their children under y'all supervision in the county, and he's not able to speak in their behalf. Now, he has a letter that I'm gonna pass out to each one of y'all. Plus, I had to file a $3 million lawsuit against the city for violating my rights and my civil rights to work. And I know you have it, so I'm gonna give you a copy of it, each one of you.
Mr. Bailey, you have not served us with that lawsuit yet. We do not have record of it being served.
It's been served. It's been served August 6th. I'm gonna give you a copy of it now. And the stuff on there also that you've also done, Mayor.
Also, I was very clear with Mr. Washington. If he was advocating for somebody, he could come speak.
So, Sterling, here, I'll take him. Let me just take over.
I've not been officially served, and this is not service.
Okay, I'm served. But I'm letting you know what the city is about.
If you don't officially serve it,
Well,
you can't.
you are being officially served, and you are racist, and you have violated my civil rights. My dad did 28 years in the military for you to sit up here and talk crazy. That's okay, but you are served, and we will get the rest of this done.
We have not been officially served this lawsuit.
You have been served, and you have been served with the other stuff that I had gave you, and you're not doing nothing with it. You keep doing just like Mr. Book, I gave you them papers.
Mr. Bailey, if you're going to act pro se, if you're going to be pro se, you have to take it upon yourself to understand how the court system works. We have not been officially served to this lawsuit.
Okay, cease and desist. Everybody just cool it. All right? All right. Mr. Bailey, I'm going to have you removed if one more outburst. Okay. Okay. And is there anybody else that I missed on audience participation? Okay, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be retuned by the City Council and will be acted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, I have a request for striking 11 and 9. So 11 and 9 are strike. Then we're pulling 17 and 14 for discussion. Are there any other items that you would like to pull?
Seeing none, I will make a motion to strike items number 11 and 9 and pull items number 17 and 14 and make a motion to approve the consent agenda other than that.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay, we got a full house, but I only have 7 votes. Okay, consent agenda, subject to the exceptions, passes 8-0. And that brings up item 14. Consider renewing a professional services agreement with Forvis Mazars LLP for the city's annual auditing services for FY 2022 and 2023, including the city's required single audit of expenditures from federal financial awards. Who pulled this item?
I did, sir.
Okay.
My question is, do we feel like that we have in our finance department preparing for the audits, do we have an adequate staff on target to keep this? I'm very excited of the progress that has been made. But Ms. Johnson, do you feel like you have adequate staff in place that can carry that forward so we don't get behind again?
Mayor and Council, I would like to say that yes, I am working with the city manager right now to restructure our department to meet those needs.
Awesome, awesome. Okay.
Does that help?
That helps a bunch. Thank
Okay,
you.
I have a question before we make a motion. Why is this fiscal year 22-23 that we're dealing with?
I am unfamiliar with why this one is the 22-23. I can research that and get back to you.
Because I'm under the impression 22-23 is completed.
Some of the federal funds happen in different years, and they don't have to be within our audit year. So right now, we have funds from different fiscal years that are being applied in our 25 budget. So I'm not concerned that that says FY22 regarding it will still be under the audit of the FY25 audit year.
Those years are correct.
Okay, all right. Can we get a motion for approval? A motion and a second for approval. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 17, consider ratifying the city manager's decision to enter into an agreement with Deckard Technologies. City manager.
Got Judy Franco, our IT director, is going to come down. But essentially what this is going to do to go with this vendor is, currently under Granicus, the onus is on staff to send out the delinquent letters for short-term rental owners that are paying or that are delinquent in paying their hotel motel occupancy tax. We have a staff burden on license and permit to make sure that these operators have their license that they're required, as well as their COA that's required under law. So we went out and we got a demo from Deckard Technologies, and they can do all of this under one umbrella. So it's slightly more expensive than the software that we use right now, $8,700 more per year, but it does so much more. And these folks come highly recommended and are used by our peers. So that's why we want to transition away from Granicus to Deckard Technologies.
Okay.
What he said. Exactly. I mean, it's more oriented to them. It takes
Okay.
the pressure.
Pull that mic down.
Oh, sorry.
It's-
It takes the pressure off the staff. So, and plus, another plus is they have a customer line. So that way, customers, if they have issues with it, they can actually call that line and field all the calls.
Okay.
Let me get this to work. You answered the questions that I had, and I'm good with that. So I will make a motion that we go ahead and accept this.
Motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
I think Alan has it.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Judy. Just for clarification for the citizens, what we're talking about is the Airbnbs and vacation by, what is it?
Verbo, those things,
Verbo.
yes,
So, yeah,
yes.
Thank you. And those are the short-term rentals that we're talking about that we
Yes.
haven't really been collecting
Yes.
the total amounts that we should be.
Yes.
And with that, is this like a year, this is a yearly contract, do we pay them, or do they take a percentage, I guess, or something?
It's a yearly.
It's a flat
Yearly.
fee.
Okay. I'm happy to see this happening. Thank you.
All right.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up unfinished business, item number 21, continue discussing revoking the small cell wireless facility revocable permit for the facility construction at or near 7990 Northwest Micklegate Boulevard, also known as Crayon 003E, and take action as deemed necessary. Charlotte.
Good evening, Council and Mayor.
So this one was brought to you guys back in May, I believe it was May 28th. We discussed this location, and it was tabled so that staff could continue to work with US Cellular to relocate the tower. We have been talking to them. Here are some pictures of what the facility looks like. Excuse me. And they have come up with 2 new locations, but I've been unable to get a time frame on when they're moving it. So we're bringing this back to officially revoke the small cell wireless facility permit that was issued in 2023 for this property. And the manager has also asked that instead of the 90 days on the removal, that we only give them 30.
And the recommendation is to revoke.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, do you have anything else to tell us?
No, sir.
Yes,
Okay, we
yes,
have a
Mayor.
request.
Mayor, we do have something else to tell you. So, and Charlotte may have covered this, and I might have missed it, but in addition to not removing the tower like the company said they would, instead of removing it, they've actually bolstered the base of it. And so there's that. And in addition to that, and I had Charlotte include this as an attachment to the agenda item, they did not find that in their eyes, when we revoked the wireless permit for the other small cell wireless tower, what number one
That was
that?
19.
CRAN 19. They didn't find that revocation valid. So I think there's an issue with how this company is operating in our city. Clearly, their attitude is a defiant one. They said they were going to move it, and then they've done the opposite. So I strongly recommend that council revoke this permit and give them 30 days. And if they don't remove it in 30 days, we'll remove it, and then we'll charge the company.
Okay, council, we have a request from a citizen to speak, so you can ask questions now, but we don't give comments till the citizens speak. Is there anybody that would like to ask questions?
Just one question. Have we checked with Pure Cities as far as what their code says as far as wireless?
We mirror a lot of their codes. We mirror state statute on what's required.
Okay.
I have a question too. Charlotte, this is we're bringing back, there were a couple of citizens or one citizen that did not like this structure in front of their yard.
Correct.
This is what we're returning on.
Yes.
And I think we said that they should move that, and
Yes.
and thus they did not move that. And
Councilman Hampton, officially, council took no action when this matter was brought forward because the company, US Cellular, stated that they would remove it on their own. And that hasn't happened to date. And how long has it been since that council meeting?
It's been almost 3 months.
Okay, Charlotte, clarify that there are 2 different deals that we're
Yes,
working on. And would you
yes.
explain that to make sure the council understands?
Yes, we revoked for CRAN 19, which was on Arrowhead and Cheyenne. We revoked that one. This is the one in Wyatt Acres on Micklegate that we originally brought back, and then the direction was for staff to work with US Cellular to try to come up with new locations. I met with them like the week after council, and they came up with 2 possible locations. They were just verifying a few things, and then we've not heard anything else about this location since then.
Yeah, the main reason I brought this up was to remind myself and maybe others
Yes.
that there are citizens that are not happy with it.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The property
Okay,
owner.
and we're going to withhold comments until the citizens speak. This is for questions, not comments. Mr. Harris.
So on the map, it shows us the 2 possible locations. Do we need to select one of those tonight, or are we going to wait till we remove the tower first?
Yeah, those are the 2 locations that we visited with US Cellular on. You wouldn't select the location. That would be US Cellular would submit plans for that, and we would go back through the process.
So you don't need us to do anything tonight?
No, just the revocation.
Thanks.
Is all that I'm asking for.
Okay, if we're through with questions, Ms. Williams?
How far is this relocation from the address of Micklewood? How many feet?
I don't have footage. It's probably 1,000 to 1,500 feet away.
Any more questions? Okay, we're going to bring up the citizen. Patty Anderson's requested to speak. Ms. Anderson? I've
Good
got your
evening.
address here, so you're good to go.
Okay. Good evening, first of all. As you guys know, I have been here on May 28th of this year and spoke to the council and its members to request the removal and revocation of Tower Crane 003E, located at 7990 Northwest Micklegate Boulevard, at which time Ms. Charlotte Brown, representative of the City Permit Office, laid out the series of the violations against U.S. Cellular, the placement of the poles, the lack of communication, and the simple supplying of general liability at that time, which was a month after the poles had been placed. They had still not given that information. Not to mention the lack of communication with the citizens and the bully tactics that they have pulled. U.S. Cellular had been not met qualifications according to the council at that time. Sean Combs also came and represented the U.S. Cellular, and he spoke to the members where he stated that he was unaware of the violations listed by Charlotte Brown, showing the lack of communication between U.S. Cellular and the Permit Office and Public Works. He went on to say that he would make sure that these were taken care of and that they would check them off. Okay, since then, they haven't done anything they've said. Unfortunately, U.S. Cellular has total disregard for any agreement that they made and have continued to anchor down Crane 003E and not remove it. On July 10th, after several weeks of city workers and the USIC trucks continuing to flag and tag my property all the time, I finally stopped Braley, who is a city worker, and asked him if they were getting ready to remove it, only to find out that they were anchoring it. I had to call John, which me and John are now on speed dial, because I will tell you, their lack of concern for the citizens, this whole ordeal has been a nightmare for me. They have bullied me. I have had 2 workers come, only to be followed by 4 men to come to my property the same day, sometimes within an hour, so that I would have to call John, please get them to remove themselves. I'm at home by myself. I don't deserve to be treated that way. They have shown this council that they have no regard for you. I'm not only asking—
30 seconds.
Okay. I'm not only asking for you to revoke mine, but think about it and reconsider. This U.S. Cellular does not care about this city or its citizens, and they are blatantly being defiant. This is not mistakes. They are blatantly being defiant, and I have no idea how it has transpired, how so many work orders have come across the desks and they have appeared on my property on so many different times and it not be flagged. It's a concern of mine.
All right, thank you for coming. Council, you can now discuss or make a motion. Okay, make it. Turn on your mic and make it.
I make a motion that we terminate all exercises, contracts, and other instruments of legality that we can legally with this particular company.
I don't think you can do that with this agenda item.
We just want to revoke the permit. But I don't disagree with you, but we can't do that on the agenda item.
I guess, okay, I won't say that.
Okay, so your motion is to revoke the permit.
It is, yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to revoke the permit.
Second.
And we have a second. Discussion or debate. Mr. Warren.
Can we add to that motion, because I'm trying to stay away from a slippery slope that I heard earlier that we don't want to get into. Can we add to that motion that we're revoking that for failure to follow code? Because I think we need to have a reason that we're doing that.
So our code, and this is what I had to explain to U.S. Cellular in a letter I sent them this week, is that it's for cause or convenience. And because the code says convenience, we do not have to have a reason. This council can revoke a revocable permit for convenience at any time for any reason.
And Councilman Warren, I would add that at the initial meeting that this was brought up, Charlotte laid out several different, so even assuming that we couldn't do it just for convenience, there were several issues in terms of placement, in terms of where it was in the right-of-way, adjacent to several other utilities. So there were several issues that were brought up at the initial meeting that we had regarding this matter. So I think there's plenty of ammunition for cause as well.
Okay, so are you continuing to recommend an amended motion?
Yes.
Do you desire to amend your motion?
I do not. I think I need to leave my motion legally bound as the attorney said.
Okay, go ahead.
I just, as a legal strategy, I won't get into the details. I think it's probably best the motion stays as it is so we can keep that. Yeah.
Okay, further discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's vote. Need one more. Motion to revoke carries 8-0. Bringing up item 22, receive a presentation on proposed infrastructure improvements for City of Lawton Lakes and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Larry Parks.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Council previously directed staff to evaluate the city's lake amenities and prepare a list of improvements for council consideration. The presentation you're about to receive contains those improvements that have already been approved by the Lakes and Lands Commission. If approved by City Council, we could get to work putting this construction behind us. So without further ado, I give you our Lakes Superintendent, Jim Bunner.
Mr. Mayor, Council, as Larry said, this agenda was taken to Lakes and Lands on top of staff discussion. The agenda item covers items that really need to be replaced and or upgraded. We'll start with the dumpsters. Latonka has roughly 35 dumpsters. Ellsworth, I believe, has 6. And I'll show you those locations. The dry stall is in yellow, which on the north end of the lake, Robinson's Landing, the proposal is to have a 20-unit dry stall constructed at that location. The dumpsters are scattered around from Robinson's to day use area, primitive area, East Campground, all over Schoolhouse Slough North and Schoolhouse Slough proper. A restroom is the orange triangle on the east side of the lake at the day use area. The lift station, we've got 2 potential places that were discussed. One is what we used to be Waller Holler. It's right across the street from our office. Houses 33 trailers that the Department of Environmental Qualities has allowed 33 on-ground sewer tanks. That lift station would allow those to be sewered and get rid of those tanks for possible contamination. The other blue area is up by our primitive area. Right now it's somewhat underutilized for camping. We do own all the way to Highway 58 that could be potential for expansion of full-service RVs where they'd have water and sewer potentials. And the last one is the road improvements. All of those right now were discussed to be from Schoolhouse Slough North to the south side of Schoolhouse Slough. Lake Ellsworth, a proposed dry stall at Ralph's Resort. There's photos coming up that'll show we're getting ready to take over and put back to a concession Ralph's Resort area. Their dry stalls were decimated in a storm a few years ago. So that location we feel would be a good spot. The dumpster locations are from Edgewater Park, Chandler Creek Campground through Ralph's Resort. On the east side, Collier's Landing and Fisherman's Cove, we're looking at Tri-County Solid Waste, where we may be able to have them service 3 of their own dumpsters in those locations cheaper than the city, and having our solid waste crews drive an extra 15 to 20 miles just for 3 cans. So we'll see what comes back on those numbers. This is a breakdown. The dumpsters are a hard cost. A lot of these costs are estimates because they are rather large projects. The East Campground restroom is a precast bathroom that replaces exactly what is there, a men's and women's restroom with 4 shower stalls across the back. It also doubles, being a precast building, as a up to an F3 storm shelter, which would be nice to have on the campground during those times of the season. Again, the dry stall at Robinson's, that was based off of a quote from a company that put in some dry stalls off of Mears Porter Hill Road. The roads, concrete parking area had been discussed, just improving our infrastructure right around the store, the bathroom, the boat ramp area out to Highway 58. The discussion of concrete over asphalt there was due to the boathouse. The weight of those coming over our asphalt would probably do some real damage to it, and it wouldn't last as long. So the potential to maybe concrete that, there's going to be need for boathouse improvements, whether they're coming out or coming back in. And it'd be a shame to waste that kind of money with those heavy 60,000-pound boathouses coming down to the boat ramp. Lift stations, this number was provided by Rusty at Sewer. We have projected 2 lift stations, and as discussed, we identified 2 areas at Lake Latonka where it's possible. We've also identified a 3rd to see if council chose to improve the one at Fisherman's Cove or add the 2 new ones that would serve new areas at Latonka. The other road improvements is a 1.15 million. Those are for ancillary roads leading into our camping areas at Schoolhouse Slough. Our main access road for most patrons that comes off of Highway 58 and somewhat turns into Taco Box Road. And then ending up with some architectural design because of some of the scope of this work, whether it's leveling ground for dry stalls, the road improvements to see what else we might have to do other than just put down materials. This is, again, showing the cost breakdown over at Ellsworth. The lift station is highlighted in blue because it is a 3rd. We've only identified 2 lift stations to put in, but we have the opportunity to look at, there's the old non-efficient lift station at Fisherman's Cove at this time. I can tell you the traffic at Fisherman's Cove is still heavy. It's a day use area, as you folks voted on. We've picked up a lot of debris there, but a lift station here would make sense if the future is to have a concession and do more of a full-time residential RV park along with the recreation. It used to be a trailer park, and that's gone by the wayside, and the only way to make this something more than that would be to improve the lift station for sure. Next slide. These are just some photos. Some of these dumpsters were out there, I think, when the parks started. We've welded the bases of these to hold trash. We've scavenged some new ones from in town that they've removed from paying customers that weren't really good enough, but they were better than what we had. Next slide. This is an internal photo of Ralph's store. They braced it with some wood. The sheetrock on the roof was cracking. Looks like some of the trusses may not be in such great shape. Another photo of the outside, you can see the wood's pretty rough on the top of this. Next slide. There's a large bow on the east side of this roof. Again, the city won't be able, it'll be the city's as of the end of the year. I know staff would like to get this RFP out to see if there is another concessionaire, and we'd like to try to get this moved forward before we're at a time crunch at the end of the year. This is, on the left is our existing east campground bathroom. Every windstorm we haven't lost a shingle off this. You wouldn't believe it by the look. The bathroom on the right is similar to the precast building that would be purchased here, would have heat so the pipes would not freeze during the winter. There'd be 4 shower stalls across the back instead of 3, and then a men's and women's restroom areas on the face. This is a dry stall at Robinson's Landing. Dirt floors. When these were built, there wasn't much thought of drainage, so every time it rains, most of that water flows through the dry stalls that we have over at that location. Yeah, some of the boats float in them. This is the dry stall over at Ralph's Resort. The picture on the right, you can see some footings from the building towards where I took the picture. That housed a complete unit that was every bit of 200 feet long. One dry stall unit here, like what we proposed at Robinson's with 10 on each side, would be a good start to replace this, and one, remove the eyesore, and I'm sure the internals of this aren't much better than the external. That's an older lift station that we have at Ralph's Resort. It serves the store, the restroom at the boat ramp, and the housing addition that is part of Ralph's Resort on the south side of that lift station. Now we get to the road improvements. The main red road is the one that had the most discussion of improving quickly. There'll be blow-ups of the rest of this. This is an overall view, but all those other colored roads are access points for people that have leases with the city, whether it's for camping, trailers. We have boathouse owners that access both sides of the lake there. That pink area is a circle drive around boathouses and a park area. So all of these are considered necessary improvements based on the materials that we have on the roads right now. The schoolhouse slough area, we'd identified this as concrete. The boat ramp up to the road coming into the parking lot. Depending on the funding, there's things we can probably do to tie into this at a later point if we don't have enough funding to do the whole thing. The gravel parking lot isn't a killer in this. That's something that we actually can maintain if we have to. But the concrete area around the store, the boat ramp, and the road would be absolutely a major improvement for the lake. This is the ancillary road leading to boat houses and wet slips, just on the west side of the store. That road would need improvement. It's got old, I'm assuming it was old asphalt at one point. The south side of the lake serves all the boat houses. We get not only a lot of people at the boat houses, we also get a lot of people who fish off this jetty. That road is all gravel. We've done all the road work on it. There has been some other options talked about in there, but the road was primary to this. Again, an access point next to the restroom off the main road into Schoolhouse Slough proper. Serves the trailers just east of the restroom and boathouses off to the southeast. This is Schoolhouse Slough. The road used to end right at the corner. I think people have just driven it to a point where it's kind of an access over to those campers that are on the shoreline, but it would be nice to have a full area for people to drive to their recreation site. Again, this is North Schoolhouse Slough across from our office. Pretty easy setup for the roads, straight through. There may be some drainage areas. This property slopes somewhat severe towards the lake. This would be also the location of a potential lift station in the bottom by the trees. More of the same roads in there, they were just broke off individually. An extension over to the jetty for the boathouses and the wet slip location for road improvement.
All right. This has been through the Lakes and Lands Commission. This is the council keeping their promise to spend $3 million. This is the plan the staff put together. The Lakes and Land Commission have seen it, discussed it, and approved it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Council member on the Lakes and Lands Commission, do you have any input?
No, I was going to just make a comment that this was probably the minimal we could do for that area to really help it. And it really needs to have at least this much done, and this will make it a usable place, and everyone will be happy. We can do it and get going.
It's a good opportunity to remind everybody that all of the income generated at the lakes stays at the lakes. And this is, that income will go to pay the note on this. I think this is in the note we're voting in on 23, isn't it? Okay. Any questions? Mr. Warren?
I haven't been out there in a little while. Is the store at Robinson's Landing still standing, or did we take it down?
No, it is still standing. We haven't
for today anyway.
For today, we haven't been tasked. I've got some quotes from demo companies to demo that and dry stalls when necessary.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah. But the stores, sticking with the stores, there's going to be. We're hoping to have 3 stores out there in operation: Ralph Resorts, Robinson Landing, and Schoolhouse Slough. Or what are the
Schoolhouse Slough and Ralph's Resort? Robinson's store was going to be demoed due to the shape of the structure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm ready. Ready for a motion.
I make a motion that we approve this and move forward.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 23. Consideration and action upon resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city, authorizing and approving the incurring of indebtedness by the trustees of the Lawton Industrial Development Authority, herein the authority, to be accomplished by the issuance of its sales tax revenue note series 2024C or other evidences of indebtedness in one or more series designations on a tax-exempt or taxable basis at a premium or discount, and the aggregate principal par amount of not to exceed $40 million for the purpose of financing all or a portion of the cost of the acquisition, construction, equipping, renovating, and improving of certain public infrastructure and capital improvements projects for the benefit of the city, and pay costs of the issuance related thereto, providing that the organizational document creating the authority is subject to the provisions of the indenture authorizing the issuance of said note, approving the award of the sale of said note on a negotiated basis, approving the waiver of competitive bidding with respect to the sale of said note, and approving the proceedings of the authority pertaining to the sale of the said note, approving and authorizing a sales tax agreement, the sales tax agreement by and between the city and the authority pertaining to the year-to-year pledge of certain sales tax revenues and all matters related thereto, including execution of all related documents thereto. Tim Wilson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. With me tonight, I have Stuart England from Floyd and Driver, our bond counsel, also Cameron Bartelli with BOK. And what you have before you is approval of Lawton Industrial Development Authority's action this morning of voting to issue debt for $40 million. The authority did meet this morning and voted unanimously. I think one member was absent, but to do so. And I have, like I mentioned, Cameron here. He can tell you a little bit about the loan, the rates and such if you want to hear all that. And any questions for the council?
So there's a lot of going on with the rumor mill. The rumor mill is running amok, and we need to discuss what this money is going for.
I'm Karen Bertelli, as he said, with Bank of Oklahoma, and this is a loan agreement, 10-year sales tax loan agreement, led by Bank First, that's taken the primary lead, along with 4 other local banks. They each have a 20% share: Arvis, Liberty, Sovereign, and City National Bank. And you wanted the project breakout? Was that your question, Mayor? Yes.
Break out the projects.
So $4 million for Lee Boulevard resurfacing, water and sewer line replacement of $3 million, Cash Road water line replacement at $1.4 million, Lakes Gate operation $355,000, and then we have water sources, alternative water sources, $7 million, transportation improvement $2.5 million. US 62 interchange, $5.5 million. Elmer Thomas Park Aquatic Center, $12,500,000. I-44 pedestrian bridge, $50,000. Youth Sports Complex, $700,000, and then lake improvements of $3 million.
Okay. Totals 40?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Council, we do have a request by a citizen to speak. So at this time, if you have questions, please ask them. Hold your comments until after the citizen speaks. Anybody have questions? Ms. Williams.
What part of Lee Boulevard, what blocks of Lee Boulevard? What parts of Lee Boulevard?
Mr. Gill can answer that.
Chris, you can correct me, but right now we have it from about 38th Street to 67th. That strip through there, we're going to do a mill and overlay with high impact base. And so that money will go towards that. And also, hopefully, we can get 38th Street in that if we need to, but if not, we've got other funds. But that's the part of Lee Boulevard right now. There's about 4 phases we're going to do. This will be the first one, 38th to 67th. That'll be all along the front of the VOTEC.
Chris, you want to say anything? Okay, all right. Other questions? Seeing no further questions, we'll have the citizen come up. David Reeves.
So you actually already asked the question I had reading it. So I guess my new question is, why wasn't that list of projects a required attachment for this resolution item in the putting it on the agenda?
Well, I like that question. I don't see any reason we can't do that in the future. That's a good question. I can't answer why, but I like the idea, and I think we can do that in the future.
It's going to be put in the paper. It was given to the paper today.
Okay.
In the news media today.
All right, I like the idea of it being on the agenda. Absolutely, it's transparency. Thank you, David. Anything else?
No, I guess that would be it.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, council, do you have any other questions or motions or statements?
Statement.
Mr. Harris.
I just want to point out that every single one of these projects were on Propel 2019. And when people say, well, why didn't we do it sooner? Well, because one word, COVID. COVID messed with all of our finances. And part of the way this works, if I understand, is that we have to have a percentage of the money before we're ready to go to the bonding agencies. But here it is, every single one of these projects, not a penny going to West Wind, not a penny going to the mall. Every single one of these projects are stuff that the citizens voted for in 2019, and we're delivering.
Do I have a motion?
Okay.
Motion to approve, is there a second? We do have a second for Mr. Uyghur. Discussion or debate?
So Mayor, the resolution as written by bond counsel, I'd recommend a motion to approve and read the title only, and then we would need to read the title of the resolution.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Is that your second? Let's do it. Read the title.
Thanks, Tim. Just kidding. A resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city approving and authorizing the incurring of indebtedness by the trustees of the Lawton Industrial Development Authority, the authority, to be accomplished by the issuance of its sales tax revenue note series 2024C or other evidences of indebtedness in one or more series on a tax-exempt or taxable basis at a premium or discount in the aggregate principal par amount of not to exceed $40 million, the note, for the purpose of financing all or a portion of the cost of the acquisition, construction, equipping, renovating, and improving of certain capital improvement projects for the benefit of the city, and pay costs of issuance related thereto, providing that the organizational document creating the authority is subject to the provisions of the note indenture, authorizing the issuance of said note, approving the award of the sale of said note on a negotiated basis, approving the waiver of competitive bidding with regard to the sale of said note, and approving the proceedings of the authority pertaining to the sale of said note, approving and authorizing a sales tax agreement, the sales tax agreement, by and between the city and the authority pertaining to a year-to-year pledge of certain sales tax revenues and all matters related thereto, including execution of all related documents thereto.
Okay, that was interesting, but I don't ever recall reading a resolution. Maybe we've done that and I just don't remember.
Some, on occasion, we've had to for bond.
Okay, and this takes a 2/3 majority, is that correct? You still have opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing none, please vote. Motion carries 8-0.
What's that?
And the aggressive council keeps moving. I love it. Item number 24, receive the
Mayor.
annual report from the Lawton Economic
Oh, hold on one
Development.
second. Sorry, Mayor.
Mayor,
Oh, you got it.
can we take just a brief recess to sign the documents for the loan?
Let's take a brief recess.
What's up, Kim?
How are you?
Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, everybody's in their chair. We're going to reconvene. Item number 24, receive an annual report from the Lawton Economic Development Corporation. Fast-talking Brad Cooksey.
Got no pressure at all, right,
That
John?
was a direct hint.
Okay. Good evening, Council, Mayor. Good to see you guys. I just want to first start off in the audience right here, introducing our internal staff. Richard Rogowski, who is our projects and operations manager, Christy Myers, who is our business developer, and Tanya Anderson, who is our office manager. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention them.
And they all are in uniform with their I Love Lawton pin.
They are. Okay. Well, hey, it's good to see you guys. And again, I just want to start off, if you'll direct your attention to the slideshow, with our board of directors. We're led as our chairman by Barry Ozersky. Mayor, you are our vice chair. But you can see there's a good diverse mixture of professionals on our board. So they really do a good job of leading and guiding us in what we do. This is a very important slide, and I use this slide quite often, and this kind of sets the basis for what economic development is. And I'm going to read along here. Economic developers promote economic well-being and quality of life for their communities by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base. The chart over on the right in the box, that's a great synopsis of what new primary jobs will lead to population growth, which will lead to retail growth, QOL and QOP. So we're extremely excited that we do this job and we come to work eager every day to make Lawton a bigger and better place. I want to dive into some numbers right quick. This is for our fiscal year of 23-24. On that sheet there are 30 projects. And we responded to 29 of those. The one we didn't, we just couldn't handle as far as what the load was that they were looking for. But you can see, just look at the first one at the top, Project Elevate, 650 jobs, 4.5 billion, and they need 2,000 plus acres. And then, you know, as you scroll down, there's ones that obviously are a lot smaller. You know, so we deal with a wide range of projects, but these were the 30 that we got for 23-24. Kind of a down year when it came to leads. I'm going to show you some numbers here in a second that show what we've done over the last 3 years that show you why this is a little bit of a small number. This is a number that we're extremely excited about, and this is our site visits for this past year. This means these are companies or consultants that have come into our town and we have hosted and took them on a tour. I'm going to stop right here and say, we show them. They've come to us and we've shown them. They go with us. We take them around. There's no telling how many more show up without our notice. So when one of you guys, I believe, said tonight about the road construction, that's good stuff. So when they come to town, they see that the roads are getting redone. I mean, that shows that we are being forward thinkers and doing things to make Lawton a better place. I know the Goodyear Boulevard project is underway, and I know our employers out there are extremely happy about that, and we look forward to that being completed over the next year or so. This is our performance measures, leads, prospects, site selector contacts, and corporation contacts. If you'll look almost to the right side of that, I guess there's a pointer, maybe, no. We had 29, we responded to 29 leads of the 30 that we got. The prospects, we had 167. Our site locator contacts, 179. And then our corporation contacts were 46. Just to the right there is our 5-year performance, so you can see those numbers as well. So we're meeting our goals, and we're doing yeoman's work, is trying to get in as many projects as we can. Obviously, we're not going to hit on a lot of them, but at least we're trying, and we're trying to hook them as we go. Of those 30 projects that Ford mentioned, 19 of those are manufacturing projects. 11 of the others were what we consider other. So that's a that's a pretty good number and a ratio to what we usually see during a year as far as manufacturing projects to other projects. Marketing, you can see our social media is a little bit above 3,500. Our national media stories was 1 this past year, and then our website views was under 4,500. Some community involvement. I don't want to go through all of them, but we try to stay involved in as many aspects as we can around the city. We sponsor events, we help host luncheons, we participate in all the events as we possibly can, because we realize that economic development is a community effort, and we need to be involved in as much community things as we can. Some things that we've done kind of on a regional and national level, Logistics Forum in Dallas area consulting, a big event that they have, as Houston and Dallas are two of the biggest growing regions in the nation. So we want to stay active down there. Site Selectors Guild, Southern Economic Development Council, and the International Economic Development Council. The last thing I kind of want to hit on is last week the mayor had an economic development summit, and there were 4 things that we picked up that as a board, we had a board meeting yesterday that we want to kind of adapt and kind of go by, so to speak. Mayor, I know you're familiar with this, but labor force quality, labor force involvement, export-based activity, and capital usage. I'm going to go through these and show you a couple of graphs. I know some of you have already seen it, but I'm going to show it again for the public that's watching this. Labor force quality. Okay, so you can see Lawton is in the red, Oklahoma is in a blue, and the United States is the dotted line. We're a little bit above the U.S. average. Oklahoma and Lawton are about the same, but this is the average years of schooling. So you can see the national average is 13.5, so that's a year and a half after high school. We are at a 13.34, so we're about a year and a third of education after high school. It's kind of an interesting stat, both here locally and on a national level, I think. The labor force involvement, we are in orange and we're in the bottom. You can see that we're comparing ourselves to Tulsa, Oklahoma City, the state of Oklahoma, and then the United States. We fall a little bit behind. We're at 53%. And this labor force involvement is simply, these are able workers who are not employed at this time. So we feel like that instead of looking at that as a negative, we look at it as a positive, as an available workforce that can go to work for us right now. Local traded activity. This is the things that are the products that are being exported because of our manufacturing base in Fort Sill. These are the tires, these are the Silverline pipe, or excuse me, the PVC pipes are being exported at. And you can see at 49%, we're above the state, national, and even Oklahoma City and Tulsa level. So that's a good positive slide for us. And then the last one, this is the capital intensity, and you can see we fall a little bit behind here. This captivates the strength of capital of our employees. So you can see we're a little bit behind when it comes to that as well. So just an interesting data that Dr. Sneed presented last week, and I thought I wanted to put it in here for those of you who were not able to see it, and to the audience here, they can see some of that data. But as always, we work hard within our office and with our partners. We appreciate the mayor, your leadership, with everything that you do, and the city council, you as well. Our relationships matter, and if it wasn't for our continuity that we have, I think that we would be falling behind. But we're moving forward, and we're moving forward fast, and that's to the leadership of you guys, and we appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Hold on just a minute.
You bet.
So it became clear through that economic summit, if we're not creating jobs, we're going backwards.
Correct.
If we're not creating jobs, we're going backwards. Economic development is so vital, and I'm proud to serve with a council that understands that investing in economic development and job creation is powerful. We have something that most communities don't have. We have a twofold approach on this through LEDC, which does our traditional economic development and doing a great job and amazingly busy. But we also have the FISTA that's showing great results and great future promise, something other communities are jealous of. And I'm proud that the state and federal government invested over $30 million so far in the FISTA. You guys are doing a great job. You work, work, work. I appreciate it. I see it. Comments or questions from the council? Mr. Uyghur.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I'd just like to say, again, on behalf of the LEDC, Brad, thank you for you and your team and the great job you guys are doing at reaching out and making those contacts as they become available.
Thank you.
Mr. Hampton.
Yes, I just wanted to also say, Brian, that we appreciate your leadership and taking the lead on this. And I want to thank the citizens and the council, the city administration for the team effort that we have found to be able to go behind all this economic development that's going on. And I feel real positive about the fact that Lawton is on the move. And thank you for all your work for you and team.
Thank you.
Ms. Hankins.
It's just great to be a part of a city that's moving this quickly into the future. It's really an honor, and I'm humbled to be a part of this.
Right.
I as well. Thank you. We work hard, and it's a tough job. I know, Bob, you and I were talking just a while ago. It's a tough job, and there's a lot of aspects that go into economic development, but the most important one, and the one that I firmly believe, is the continuity of our community, that we're all singing from the same hymnal and moving forward.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Brings up item 25, consider authorizing staff to apply for the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality On-Road 2 grant funded by the Volkswagen Diesel Emissions Environmental Mitigation Trust.
Council, before Cynthia gets started, obviously Cynthia is not new. She's been here for a long time, but she's taking on a new role now. So she's going to be our independent auditor slash grant coordinator. So that's the capacity that she's before you today.
Do you mean internal auditor? Okay. All right. Thank you.
So
Cynthia.
I have already hit
Even
the road.
more, and 24 applies to grants
It definitely
and applies to auditing.
Yes.
Okay? All
So,
right.
Thank you for allowing me to come up before you tonight, Mayor and Council. So I'm really lucky that I just got to follow that presentation, because this grant is all about moving forward with someone else's money. So the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality is offering a competitive funding opportunity for applicants to replace or repower their large and medium-sized vehicles. This grant is part of the Volkswagen Settlement Trust that is to be used for environmental mitigation projects that reduce the emissions of nitrogen oxides. The staff has identified 9 vehicles for a little bit over $5.2 million that do meet this grant criteria. The vehicles that are eligible to be replaced are 2 dump trucks for the wastewater collections, 1 dump truck for the lakes, a hot oil distributor truck for streets, a sewer vacuum truck for the wastewater maintenance, a service truck with a crane for the water distribution, and 3 fire engines for the fire department. This grant is a 100% reimbursement grant. And I'll just say that again for emphasis. It is 100% reimbursed. And so Lawton will need to pay for the vehicles up front and then submit for repayment to ODEQ. Whenever ODEQ is evaluating these grants, they will be considering each one of these vehicles independently. So even though we are applying for 9 vehicles for up to, or a little bit over $5.2 million, we may only be awarded 1 and maybe up to 9. But if we don't ask, the answer is always no. So the other stipulations, other than having to pay for these vehicles up front, that the vehicles being replaced must serve and perform the same function as the old vehicle. The vehicles must remain in service for 5 years, and that the replaced vehicle must be scrapped. So we're not able to sell the fire trucks that are being replaced to another community. So in the spirit of doing more in 2024, I ask you to consider authorizing staff to apply for the grant under the ODEQ Volkswagen Settlement Trust on the Road to Grant Program.
We have questions or motions?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Did we get any information, we didn't have it last time we spoke, about what these vehicles are? Are they electric, are they hybrid, or are they diesel?
We're able to go back with diesel vehicles.
Diesel vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I know once we make the change, they will take these blocks and cut them. And these vehicles that we have now will not be serviceable at all. Okay, they are diesel, thank you.
They are diesel, yes.
Mr. Warren.
I just wanted to reiterate what she said because in case anybody watching doesn't realize, very, very, very seldom do you ever get a grant that doesn't have a match. So this is an awesome deal, and I guess it's appropriate to thank Volkswagen, but I would make a motion to approve.
Motion for approval. Is there a second? We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you, Cynthia. 26, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to nuisances and health by amending Section 152206, Article 15.2, Chapter 15, Nuisances and Health, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding language to allow for abatement of refuse at the curb and allowing the placement of liens against properties, providing for severability, and declaring an emergency. John.
Mayor, Council. So at this time, there is nothing in code that allows us to charge the property owner without an active water account on the property for picking up their bulk waste or junk and debris on the city right-of-way. We will send the property owner a bill for the pickup, and if not paid within 30 days, we will send that over to the county and file a lien with the county as well for any work that's done by a City of Lawton employee or any city contractors. Questions?
Sounds good to me.
Mayor, Council, I move that we approve this ordinance and waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. and
Okay,
declare
do I have a
an
second?
emergency.
We do have a second. Now, just a minute for clarification. Are we going to have a separate motion for the emergency?
Yes, we will.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion for passage. Waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. We have a second. Discussion or debate? Read the title, please.
Sorry.
Yes, Ms. Williams.
Okay, you said property owners 30 days. 'Cause I know some of the property owners may not be here might not live right here in Lawton. And sometimes things that happen is that it's not necessarily the property owner that's putting the stuff to the curb. So I guess my question is 30 days long enough in case the property owners don't live here in Lawton?
So what we do is, as soon as we abate the property or take the stuff up from the curb, what we'll do is we'll do a notice of lien on it, but also send the bill to the property owner itself to say, hey, you have 30 days to pay for it. We're following exactly what we do for abatements, but because since this is on a City of Lawton easement, we don't have to send a 10-day notice for them to pick up the junk and debris at the curb because they put it out there on the city easement.
And I think you can pick it up immediately.
And we can pick it up immediately,
Okay,
correct.
important.
I think an important point here is this only applies to property with a non-active water account.
That is correct.
So at present, if they don't have a water account and we abate the property, we don't charge them.
Correct.
And that's, it doesn't make sense. It's completely unfair. And so there has to be a way so what we're doing is we're punishing people that are doing the right thing and they have utilities in their account or in their house. So if they don't and we abate their property, we don't currently have a mechanism on which to charge them. So this ordinance is to get rid of that discrepancy that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Mayor.
Hampton?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree that we need to do something with properties. I've had to deal with some of that and try to find the money to abate some of those things. So I do agree with that. But I do have a legal question. After it goes into lien, if if a property owner has that problem, what's the remedy? Is it extra cost to go down to the courthouse and lift the lien off that property for those people that decide? What's the option at that point?
Correct. So once it goes to county, county does put a certain percentage, which I do not have that, but I can get that for you. They do put a certain percentage on the bill when it goes to county, and they keep doing that every month. That's down there.
Yeah, and then I'm sure before the property gets sold, that there is a remedy where the owner of that property can get their property back. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
John, this is sort of related, but sort of not. There's a couple of properties. There's one over in Linden's area on 29th Street where it's a vacant lot. But somebody is putting stuff out there every month before the bulk pickup day, and it's household stuff, so you know it's not that homeowner. So if we go pick that up, they're still going to get billed for it. I'm just a little concerned about, and I had that happen to some of my properties as well. So
that is correct, because what our code states, it states that the property owner is still responsible for making sure that their property is still within or not in violation in any code. So whether that's keeping their grass mowed or keeping it clear of junk and debris or bulk waste at the corner or at the curb, they are still responsible for making sure that nothing is out there.
So where I'd like to go with that maybe is that, say, somebody dumps a whole dump truck load of stuff on these people's property, that maybe they could call and we could send bulk waste out to pick it up and give them one grace pickup or something like that, as opposed to right off the bat. Because I know this happens in several, especially in Shireen's ward and Allen's ward and my ward, it happens a bunch. So
the property owner would have a couple of recourses. One, they can let neighborhood services know, hey,
Correct.
This isn't my junk, somebody's dumping on my property. And then the other thing they can do is, if they receive a citation, is they get their day in court, they can state, hey, not my stuff.
Okay.
Somebody, so it's not like they don't have, there's due process.
Perfect.
In the process.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure there was something so that, I mean, I don't want people to get these huge surprise bills, but at the same time, we do have to address this. So,
but if that, let's just say, change your scenario a little bit. If that same individual, there is a house there, they have an active water account, we would just charge their water bill right now.
Right.
So they could call, they could let us know, hey, not our junk. Can you make an adjustment to my water bill? And we would.
I'm really talking about empty lots, not so much houses. So.
Yeah. So, but this specific ordinance is just aimed at property that does not have the active water account.
Right.
So we have no way to
I get it.
to bill them. So this is a way in which we can level the playing field.
All right, I'm good.
It's also illegal dumping and needs to be turned in. And whether you have illegal dumping on an occupied property with a water account or not, I'm thinking commercial properties like I have, people leave sofas and everything else, and that's my responsibility to clean up. I can call the police and turn it in if I choose to do that. Mr. Gill.
How long do they have to pay their lien? And then what happens if they don't pay it? How long do we go till we do some sort of law enforcement?
So what we do is they have 30 days to pay it through the city of Lawton.
Right.
So what we do from as soon as we abate the issue, we send out a notice of lien, okay, to the county. It's just a notice. After 30 days, that's when it turns into a lien.
Okay.
And then after that, they usually have about
That lien will just stay there till property changes hands.
3
right?
years.
Just changes hands. Or in 3 years, you can do a judgment on it, or do have a sheriff's sale.
That's when county, if they don't pay like their taxes, but they have to pay a special
Yeah, they'll
assessments,
have
which
tax-
this would be.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
So we'll have final recourse eventually.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
It may be a while, but eventually, yeah.
Okay, Ms. Chapman made the motion. Who seconded that?
I just have a question.
Okay, who seconded it? I need to know who seconded it first. Did you? You seconded it. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and now we have more discussion.
Just, and it's semi-germane. And I think I've asked this before, and I'm old and I forget, but have we looked at the ability to actually file suit against the actual owner of the property rather than filing a lien? And that way we can recoup those dollars at the courthouse rather than waiting 8 years until the property's sold?
We do not have the resources to do that.
Okay.
The city attorney's office would literally be filing lawsuits every single day. I mean, that's how frequently this comes up. And for a couple of $100, that's just not a good use of those very limited resources.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I've had the constituents have this situation, John, and they've actually put up cameras. And so I think that the way that ended up happening is because you guys had the cameras, then you had recourse because you kind of knew how that happened. Can you explain how that process works if they have a camera that films that stuff going on?
So yeah, if they have a camera that catches somebody illegally dumping on their property, they need to get a hold of Lawton Police so they can file a police report with LPD so they can report illegal dumping.
Right, and I think I don't know if this is how it works, but I think the debris was still picked up. It was someone that was across the street that lived that lived with these people, but that dumped the stuff. But I think because they knew the person across the street did that, then they dealt with you guys dealt with the person across the street.
Correct. So we did an investigation on neighborhood services side. We still picked it up for free on the property owner that was dumped on, but we did find out what area it did come from, and we did let LPD know as well.
Okay. All right. Thanks, John.
All right, let's vote.
Do you need to read the title,
Oh, we
please?
got to read the title.
Oh, sorry. An ordinance pertaining to nuisances and health by amending Section 15-2-206, Article 15-2, Chapter 15, Nuisances and Health, Lawton City Code 2015, by adding language to allow for abatement of refuse at the curb and allowing the placement of a lien against properties, providing for severability, and declaring an emergency.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Now I need a motion for an emergency. We have a motion to declare an emergency and a second. Discussion or debate. Requires 2/3 majority. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. All right, we're done with that one. Move on to 27. Discuss the persistent overgrowth of tall grass and weeds around railroad tracks, and consider directing the city attorney to issue a formal demand letter to the property owners and immediately abate the nuisance. John.
Well, my name's not Charlotte Brown, so just so everybody knows about that. So as you can see right here, these pictures that I'm about to show you are various locations along the railway. From, as you can see, junk and debris on the right-hand side to tall grass and weeds on the left. We do have to deal with a lot of site obstructions with this as well, and a lot of tall grass and weeds that we know where stuff like the animals are coming from and hiding at, and then also the vagrancies that are leaving the trash right there, right next to the railroads. So on this as well, we have reached out multiple times to the railroad company that's on the county information, and actually come to find out that that railroad company has sold it to another railroad company. So it's very hard to get a hold of exactly who owns or which railroad company owns these, so we can actually abate it and call them to tell them to come pick up the stuff or mow the grass around it.
Bottom line, council, is we would not accept this from our citizens. And so for years, we've just abated it and we've just moved on, and we haven't held the railroad company accountable, and that's not really acceptable, because that's not what we would do for our citizens. So they absolutely have the financial capability to take care of this. They choose not to, and if we don't hold them accountable, they'll continue doing it and we'll continue paying the bill.
Questions?
Yes, I have something. John, I think that in Ward 5 we got, that's kind of the railroad, but there was a bunch of buildings that burned over on G Avenue.
Correct.
And our neighborhood watch group actually contacted you, but I see that was remedied. Was it the
It was the
railroad
railroad
companies
company.
that came in and remedied that and picked up the burnt buildings and
Yes, sir.
whatnot? And this would just be a follow-up of the same thing rather than and make this as easier process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, what do you guys want to do? It says discuss it and consider directing the city attorney to.
City attorney?
Got a motion to direct the city attorney to issue a formal demand letter. Did I hear a second down here? Where did I hear the second? Down here. Discussion or debate? Let's vote. Eight to zero, passes. Moving right along. 28, consider approving a professional service agreement in an amount up to $40,000 with Dr. Christopher Hill, University of Oklahoma Sociology Department, to conduct research regarding crime and safety in Lawton and take action as deemed necessary. Okay, what all this is about is we obviously have crime issues in the city of Lawton, and we obviously have a situation while in Propel 2040, we want to make sure that we give all of the help we can technology-wise to our police department. What we really want is to reduce crime. And so how do you do that? Well, I have talked to a lot of people that have a lot of ideas, but nobody can give you something. University of Oklahoma tells me that they can study this, survey the community, study this, and I think the first leg of it was $8,000, if I'm not mistaken, and give us a report of what we need to do. And so that's the proposal here for you. Do you have a question?
I do have a question. Do you
Okay.
know how long the length of this research is going to be with this agreement? I mean,
Don Lynn,
it's-
were you on that call with me? It didn't seem like it seemed shorter than I remember. But,
Mayor, I wasn't on the call, but from email exchanges with the doctor, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a very lengthy process. Can I also add to what you said? Because additionally, what he talked about with you is applying for grants on behalf of the city to help fund part of this.
Thank you. And they're expecting the grant, but the request doesn't include the grant being awarded. Is that correct? Okay. All right. And this is budgeted in the city council's professional service contracts.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm very supportive of this, and I don't know if this is going to be, in Ward 5, we're having some, the darker side of homelessness. We're having homeless people going to some of the businesses, and that's probably going to be part of that study. And if it isn't, can we ask that they look at that also? Because some of the businesses on a corporate level are allowing homeless people to go in and actually take merchandise up to $10,000 worth of merchandise has been sold at one particular business. So
Study of crime, I think, would absolutely, but we will double check and make sure, and Don Lynn will help me remember that.
Thank you, I
Mr.
appreciate it.
Hampton. Other comments or questions? Do I have a motion? Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up 29, consider approving 24 additional roads for milling and overlaying under Mayor Booker's 10 Wins for the Citizens Initiative to be named 24 roads for even more in 24. Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, my Roads and Bridges Committee met this past week with proposed 24 additional roads under your spearhead of the 10 Wins for the City of Lawton. Those were given to the paper, should have been printed yet, Kim? Tomorrow, okay. Those roads will appear. There are 24 roads in each and every ward in town, and several of the main tributaries also. The committee approved these to present to the council so the council could approve them and we could start them as soon as funding was available. So at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we approve these 24 roads.
Okay, I have a motion to, we have a motion to approve in a second, discussion or debate, and I have a question. We had 10 wins for the citizens, then it was 40 wins on target and on time, and you're ahead of schedule, I think.
That's right.
And now you're adding 24 and you're calling it 24, even more than 24. I like that part,
Okay.
but it's 64.
Well, it's 24 new ones total, but we're going to have a big celebration when we hit we're going to have a celebration when we hit 100. So I'm working on that goal to get to 100 new roads.
All right,
And
all right. Well, we're moving, and I've got to compliment the staff for helping find funds to keep this moving.
Yeah.
I've got to
City
compliment
Manager.
the engineering firm, WSB, that's made this move at lightning speed. The contractors have been making move at lightning speed, and our committee has done a great job, and they are a working committee. They keep after it, so I appreciate it. Other discussion or debate?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there any way that we can get a list of those 24 roads or whatever roads that come about on the agenda or some way ahead of time? Because I don't have a list of the 24 roads.
Well,
I've seen-
you sit next to the chairman of that committee, so I'm
You know,
gonna.
He has shown me the list,
Uh-huh,
but I don't
uh-huh.
have it memorized.
Okay. I do think that's a good idea, really, and I think that's transparency. And I'm sure Mr. Gill will work to get those. And honestly, what happens is the excitement to Adam, and you know, he had his meeting yesterday. So he put this on the agenda before he knew they were
The
approved.
excitement has just over-thrilled me, and I'm just not able to get that done. But they'll be in the paper tomorrow, is that correct? Where all can see. And Chris is sitting right over there next to Michael, and he has a list. So. We hear that list? Well, it's going to take a time to read 24. I mean, it'd be easier just, I'll give you a copy. I mean, it's up to you. Oh, okay, sure. Chris or Michael, either one, come forward, please.
It's a long list. We'll have to thank you.
Good evening, Councilman.
Hey, I like that. I love Lawton Pen on there.
You told me that I had to have that, so I made sure that was a requirement for me today. So yes, we have 24 roads. Starting off with number one with Northwest Baltimore from Northwest 34th Street to Northwest 33rd Street. We have our second road, Northwest Cheyenne Avenue from Northwest 23rd to Northwest Denver Avenue. Number three was West Gore Boulevard from Northwest 17th Street to Northwest 11th Street / Fort Sill Boulevard. We have number four, Southwest 12th Street from Southwest C Avenue to D Avenue. Number five was Southwest Park Ridge Boulevard, south of Lee to the Business Development Center. Number six was Northwest Cheyenne Avenue from Northwest Ridgecrest to Northwest 48th Street. Number seven, Northwest 40th from Northwest 43rd to Northwest Lindy. Number eight, Northwest 43rd Street from Northwest Santa Fe to Northwest 40th Street. Number nine is Northwest 37th Street from Northwest Lincoln to Northwest 38th. We have number 10, Northwest Ferris from Northwest 19th to Northwest 17th. Number 11 was South Railroad Street from Southeast F Avenue to Southeast Lee Boulevard. Number 12, Northeast 51st Street from East Gore Boulevard to Northeast Dearborn Avenue. Number 13, Northwest 27th Street from West Gore Boulevard to Northwest 26th Street. Number 14, Northeast Dunlop Street from Northeast Pioneer Boulevard to Northeast English Street. Number 15, Northwest Horton Boulevard from Northwest Quanah Parker to Northwest Cache. Number 16 is Northeast 20th Street from East Gore Boulevard to approximately 1,116 feet north of that. Number 17 is Southeast Elmhurst from Southeast 38th Street to Southeast 41st Street. 18 is Southeast Walnut Creek Avenue from Southeast Lee Boulevard to Southeast Pinewood. Number 19 is Southwest 79th Street from Southwest Cherokee Avenue to Southwest Forest Avenue. Number 20, Southwest 8th Street from Southwest 79th Street to Southwest Forest Avenue. 21, Southwest Linwood Avenue from Southwest 64th Street to Southwest 67th Street. 2 was Northwest 75th Street from Northwest Cash Road to Northwest Willow Creek Drive. Number 3, Northwest Motif Manor Boulevard from Northwest 50th Street to Northwest Wolf Creek Boulevard. And number 24 was Northwest Columbia Avenue from Northwest Sheridan to Northwest 19th Street. Now we'll give you this.
Okay, Chris, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Just so everybody understands, the citizens and the council, there's actually a process of the way you choose these roads. Can you discuss that for just a minute?
Yes, sir. Well, it's not just me, myself, our staff, and City of Lawton staff kind of get together. We go over the IMS data, which is an enormous database of all the pavement segments that were analyzed going back 2022. Each one of those segments actually has a numerical value. It's called a PCI, stands for Performance Condition or Pavement Condition Index. The lower that value, the worse the road is. The higher the value, the better it is. So we look at a number range within that entire sample, and we make a determination of which ones we want to look at based on the PCI score, based on observable traffic volumes, based on amenities that may serve, that the transportation network will serve, whether they be parks, schools, hospitals, things of that nature.
Okay, so a very low-traveled road that could be done later than a high travel that's not as in bad a shape.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, all right.
I was going to say
You have
that.
questions, council?
I was going to make a comment that he's talking about the analysis and engineering report that we had about, I guess, 2.5 years ago, thereabouts, when we hired the company to come in and make an assessment of all the roads. So that's our basis that we start with. All these roads that we've been doing, including the ones that are going to be voted on in just a minute, all started with that evaluation, and that's what we're coming off of. And then WSB Engineering, our consultant on this, is also looking at those, analyzing them to come up with their recommendations, and then finally our engineering department's looking at it. So we've got a lot of people looking at that, and it's all done in a professional, fully competent inspection of which roads we do. And the only thing that we're doing at all is taking these roads of equal value and trying to make an equal amount across the city in wards to make it equal for the whole city. And as we continue, hopefully eventually we'll be from east to west with 100 new roads, as Mayor Booker wants.
That'll be awesome. Mr.
Yeah,
Hampton?
a quick question on the back end. Once these roads are noted, they are graded and milled very quickly. What's the time frame generally? I know that they've been done like in a day,
Yes,
very
sir.
long roads. Can you just speak on the time frame that they get done?
Well, I can, generally speaking, if we're just looking at a strictly mill and overlay, just a, quarter of a mile section, they can probably get that done in about a day and a half, 2 days. If we have to do some structural deep patching, that's a little bit more cumbersome, a little more involved. That may extend it, the time frame a little bit more, and also the magnitude of deep patching that we have to do. So that'll factor into the time as well.
But most of the roads that we're doing are getting done extremely quickly.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. We've discussed it quite a bit, so let's vote. And even more in 24 passes 8-0. Thank you, guys. Bring it up. Staff reports. Provide City Council with an update on the FY 2023 and FY 2024 audit process. Rebecca, did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Superstar, go for it.
Mayor and council, I'm pleased to tell you that the auditors have our information and have began working on it as of today in anticipation that you assign their agreement. We have not begun 2024 audit process officially because that begins in October. So we're still on track.
Okay, we're still on track to present our audit to the state October 1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's some kind of wonderful. Now, and at that time, you officially begin, it sounds like you're probably doing some prep work to me, though.
Always.
And we're still aiming for 12/31 for that to be complete, right?
That is our goal.
And turned into the state.
Correct.
Okay. Am I missing anything? I just want to make sure I tie you down. Okay.
You were accurate.
All right. We've got her tied down. Questions, anybody? Really excited about the way this is moving. Thank you so much.
Well,
All
thank you
right.
to the departments, because the finance department could not do what we do without the whole city, all of the departments giving us what we need. So I want you to know that it's not just finance. The city as a whole is showing up to get this done.
Okay, great leadership too. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I say something in regard to that? She's exactly correct, and I think all of our department heads, that mirrors the ultimate leadership of our city. And I think that has a lot to say about our city manager as well.
All right, very
Great
good.
job.
I agree with that. Now let me
Great
ask
job.
you a question. Don't you have an auditing background or something?
A little.
Okay. Not, I didn't hear an offer to help. All right, moving right along. Item 31, receive an informational brief on the activities of the Highland of the Highland Cemetery, including information about digitizing records and tying plots to GIS data. Larry.
Once again, Mr. Mayor and City Council, good evening. I have our cemetery sexton, Mr. Donald Kuzman. He's going to come up and give a very quick, informative brief, a report, if you will, on the activities out at the cemetery to include some improvements and digitizing of some much-needed files.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Donald Koosman. I'm the Highland Cemetery Supervisor for Parks and Recs Department in the City of Lawton. I'm here to provide you with an update on all activities pertaining to Highland Cemetery. I believe so. Just arrow. All right. Is it a pointer? Probably not. No, it's not. Okay. Slide 1 is personnel. We have 4 full-time employees at Highland Cemetery. Great staff. They help me out tremendously while I'm in the office taking care of families, arranging for services. Current interments for the year is 64. We average around 95 to 100 burials a year. As a cemetery, we offer the same amenities as our peer cities with lower volume throughout the city. Projects, slide.
Check, check. Hello, check.
Yes, sir.
Slide number 2 are projects. Projects are our wants and needs to improve our cemetery. At
Donald, can you hold it a little bit closer to your
Sure.
mouth?
That
Okay,
better?
thank you.
That better? Okay. Projects are our wants and needs to improve the facilities at Highland Cemetery. Our accomplishments of 2023, we added 4 columbariums at Highland Cemetery. That total 48 cremation above-ground niches to the cemetery. 25% of our revenue. There's no, oh, I'm sorry.
We have some alternative. We can't hear what's being said. I think the handheld mics go to these speakers that are aimed out.
You can use mine.
Sorry.
Thanks, sir. I'm on the council now? Oh, okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Okay. Well, I'll just start over with projects. Projects are our wants and our needs at the cemetery. You can see the list of priorities 1 through 6 that I have there. Our improvement projects in 2023 were added columbariums. We added 4 columbariums, and they total 48 above-ground cremation niches to the cemetery. There again, sorry, going back to projects. 25% of our revenue goes to the Cemetery Care Fund. 75% of our revenue goes back into the general fund. Slide 3 and slide 4 is digitizing all of our records at the cemetery into workflow. As you can see in the slide, I have 4 or 5 of those really big books in my office. They pertain a lot of information, as well as thousands of cards on file too, and we want to digitize all of that. I know that's going to take some time, but that is definitely something we're looking forward to doing. Again, digitizing all the updates, update the city cemetery website by making these available. IT is currently working on digital workflow to allow staff to send the documents and have the digital deeds attached to the burial site. Slide 5 is a overall view of Highland Cemetery, the GIS map. The light red dots are all the existing burials out there now. The green dots is the Native American section at Highland. The light blue dots are veterans, and the dark red dots are the burials I've entered since 2022 in the GIS system. Yes, sir. The little squares, those are empty blocks and lots. So they're all vacant. There are no burials in those just black squares where there's no coloring in them as of right now. The one area I don't have a pointer where it's really open and just looks like an open field, it floods really bad in there. There was a pond in there a long time ago, so we don't have in-ground burials there. Correct, correct.
So we don't have a lot of
That's correct, sir. I think if my math was correct, in those vacant blocks and lots, we have about 4,500 left. And if we do, right. And if we, at this point, if we move forward and make double depth sections like national cemeteries and state cemeteries do, that just, doubles the volume, of course. It's less of a footprint, but more burials. This last slide is GIS website where I enter all the funeral work orders. The top big green one is 64 burials for the year. We have 8 pre-need funeral arrangements. Total is 364. Now, 342 are the burials that I've entered. The 364 are the burials plus the pre-needs. That's why those numbers are different. It took me a minute to figure out what was going on there. The yellow is, of course, the current month. We have 2 pre-need funeral arrangements this month, 7 interments this month, and I've entered 9 work orders. The blue at the bottom is the previous month. And that's all the slides I have for.
So do you have an estimate of how long you can supply burial spots?
I would say an estimate for continual burials at the cemetery would be 30, 40 years still.
Okay, you're still 30, 40 years out. Is there any planning by the cemetery board for what happens? That's not that long in the life of a cemetery. And so has the cemetery board looked into that and thought about that?
I've thought about the land to the south of the cemetery is KCA land. I thought about reaching out to them because they're originally the ones who donated the land for the cemetery
really?
Before Oklahoma became a state, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know how much their land is. It's large, but those blank areas, like I said a minute ago, if we pretty much make all of those double depth, it'll extend them years from 40 years to 80 years because mostly family plots were bought, 60, 70 years ago. That's just really not a thing anymore. Most of them, they're single spaces or husband and wife. So if you are selling mostly just single spaces and husband and wives, you can stack them like national cemeteries do and state cemeteries do and increase your volume but decrease your footprint.
Okay. Okay, now, I noticed you didn't have Heck Thomas's grave marked on there.
No, sir, but if I had a mouse in my hand, I can show you exactly where it's at.
That's the number one question I get asked about cemeteries. Where's Heck Thomas's grave? And so we need to let everybody know where that's at and mark that good. I know where it's at. Is it marked?
Your arrow.
All right.
Right where the arrow is right now is where Heck Thomas's grave is.
We need a special annotation in future reports of Heck Thomas's grave. Okay? All right. That's a big deal. It's a big deal.
Mayor,
Bishop Dunaway's not here. He'd be agreeing with me.
Mayor,
Okay?
perhaps not all of our listeners know who Heck Thomas is. Would you?
Gosh, Heck Thomas was one of the 3 guardsmen that worked for Hanging Judge Parker in Fort Smith, Arkansas, when Hanging Judge Parker was the ultimate law authority. Rulings by him were not appealable to anybody, and he hung a lot of people. Excuse me. And he was one of the 3 guardsmen. Bill Tillman, who's the other one? I don't know. Oh, okay. We're looking bad. Oh, okay. And anyway, then he became the first police chief and fire chief for the city of Lawton. So, and he died on August 15th. That's 2 days away. And I can't remember the year. Was it 12? I think it was 1912.
That I am not sure of, sir.
It was 1912 or 11, I think. Anyway, it's a big deal. It's a big deal to some of us anyway, okay? So does that answer everybody's question? Okay.
Quick. I have a question.
Do you have more information? Are you okay? About Heck Thomas?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question about the cemetery.
I have a question about the dear saints that are resting out there. What precautions do we have in place to protect those records? I noticed you had all those old books on the shelves from vandalisms, fires, tornadoes in the event that those books just went. Do we have a backup?
I'm going to say no. That is one of the biggest reasons why I'm going to press for digitizing everything.
Okay.
I know it's going to take some time. I'm quite sure we'll have some very helpful interns in the future.
Okay. Mr. Warren.
The third is Chris Madsen.
Chris Madsen. There you go.
Yes, IT is working the workflow on digitizing everything. We have everything going in progress now.
Yeah, yes, sir. Very, very quickly, I've had several citizens mention this, and that's the bell tower out there. It used to chime. Is there any future plans to get that chiming again?
The software that's in my office, it's I won't say outdated, but I'm not familiar with it. I can get it to play music in my office, but I cannot get it to communicate to the bell tower outside.
Yeah, these are older citizens. They said it used to chime.
Yes, sir.
Actually
Yes, sir.
chime, and they waited on that chime. I mean, if you can take a look at that, it would certainly please a couple of the older citizens.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We have $1 million in Propel 2040 for Highland Cemetery for capital expenditure. And I think the number one thing was a fence. Seems like the estimate given me was like $450,000. And so that leaves some other funds that could be spent over whatever period of time. And have you or the cemetery committee got any priority list for that?
They're on the project list, sir. Priority 1 would be the chapel or gazebo building. That is the area that we put the columbariums around. The stucco and the concrete is starting to come apart. I think the building was erected in the late 20s.
Okay, I didn't need details. I just wanted to make sure you're on it. Now, and you are, thank you. I always
Yes, sir.
appreciate planning ahead, but I'm not into the details of that. Okay,
Yes, sir.
now, what about Civil War veterans? Have you got a list of all Civil War veterans? I know we have a lot of Spanish-American War veterans out there.
I do not, but I can work on that, sir.
Okay. Without regard to which side they served on, I think it's important that we know that, okay? Right.
Yes,
Other
sir.
questions? Any more questions on Heck Thomas? Randy can answer. Okay. Thank you very much. Good stuff. And I appreciate you taking care of our cemetery. I love to go out there. I'm so proud of our Highland Cemetery. And you guys do a great job out there. Thank you. Cemeteries are important to people. Thank you. Do I have a motion to go to executive session? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton.
Test.
Testing.
You want me to go ahead and
Test. I can remove my slide out later if we need to. I just need to unplug it. But I left it there so that way. they're not
Here,
thinking-
give me your badge. I'm not rough with mine.
So
but
let me
you're
guess,
rough
you
in
just
yours.
couldn't give up the $5, huh? You rather just give me your stuff.
I'm just giving you the sleeve.
You see
Your
that?
badge is still good. It's just your sleeve.
She said $5. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's so loud. You know what I mean.
Okay, we are back. If I can get council members down, and if somebody will make a motion to come back in session.
So moved.
Have a motion and a second.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Williams.
Present.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur.
Quorum is established. Executive session item number 32, John.
32, pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, governing body convened in executive session to discuss the pending damage claim of Angel Owens. There is no action to take an open session on this item.
Item number 33, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, governing body convened in executive session to discuss an action relating litigation against manufacturers and distributors of opioids. We do have action to take an open session. There is a motion.
We move to approve the adding of Endivor, Inc. as a defendant to the city's opioid litigation lawsuit.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item 34, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, governing body convened in executive session to discuss a pending action with Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality concerning a notice of violation issued by ODEQ in relation to City Lawton Wastewater Treatment Facility. This was citizen complaint number 186676. We will not be taking any action in open session.
Executive session. Item number 35, John.
Pursuant to 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the governing body convened in executive session to discuss a possible pending action with Great Plains Improvement Foundation concerning a home program finding report received from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, and there is no action to take an open session.
Item 36, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the governing body convened in executive session to review the employment of Donna Lynn Blazek Scherler. We don't have any action, no action to take.
I have motion for adjournment
So moved.
in a second. Please call the roll.
Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.